I should have audio now. I don't know what's going on there. It's a mystery. I've got audio now anyway, but for some reason my lapel mic's not working. Flipping thing. Let me just reconnect it again, you never know. Can't win them all. We'll have to do with the desk mic for now. I don't know what's happened to this. It'll probably suddenly spark into life, I expect. Rode, not good. Anyway, hopefully we've got audio. Probably the sync is probably not right, but you know, we can't win it all. We can't have it always. Oh dear. Let's have a quick look at the sync. It might have automatically added it in. We've got audio settings. Oh, we've got 10 millisecond delay, so that hopefully shouldn't be too bad. Yeah, that should be okay. Right, okay. Apologies for that slight delay at the start. I do not know what's happened to my lapel mic, but for some reason it's decided not to work. Luckily, I've got a backup. Good old Yeti USB mic, which is a nice mic to be fair. But there you go. Next week's project. I got so many projects, Keith. Right, let's have a look who's in. Let's have a look who's in here. Jay was in first, I think. Good afternoon, Jay. Anthony Carter. Hi, Anthony. Michael Hyde. Andy Cowley. Rob Titheridge. Wenlock. Rolf's house. Welcome, Rolf. Foxy's in there. Sunny up in Dursley. It's sunny here now. It was really sort of, well, it's low cloud. It's almost like misty this morning. Hi, Keith. Hi, Rob. Overcast in Exeter. Well, you've got our rubbish that we had earlier, Rob. Afternoon, Colin. Michael Stevens. Hi, Michael. Gerard. Hi, Gerald. Gerard, even. Harp. How you doing, mate? You can say what you like about you. Well, I can't now because you'll hear me. At least I'm not going to run out of batteries with a USB mic, are we? At least that's one thing. Afternoon, Brett. Les. Hi, Les. Nick's in. Sunny up in Stroud as well. You're not that far from Dursley, are you, up there? Sync's good. Hi, Jess. Good afternoon to you, mate. And Mr. Racing Demon. Hi, Mike. Got your baby on the bench. Well, not literally your baby, but, you know, we've got your lovely radio on the bench. Best mic you find is a TOA head mic. Use it as a radio DJ. Excellent quality, about 50 quid. Ah. It's a bit bizarre, isn't it, Ralph? Because the Rode mic, I think that was a couple £100. Possibly more. This one here, Rode Link. So it's wireless, and it's got the receiver up on top of the camera there. And it's all linked into the camera, and it should be all good. But the only thing I've done is charge the battery up on it. That's all I've done. And for some reason now, it's just not working. So I might need to reset that in the software, I suspect. But yeah, that was about 260, 270 quid, that. And this one here that I've got is Yeti. Again, it's supposed to be a very good mic. The only problem is it's not isolated from the bench, so every time I tap the bench you get a noise from it. So I'll have to stick a bit of foam in underneath that in a minute just to stop any noise. Derek's there. Afternoon, Derek. How are you? Sunny in Wales, yeah, very nice. Yeah, blue's good stuff. This is a blue Yeti, Benji. Thanks, Mike. Mike's referring to what I've done to this radio, which is quite a lot of surgery actually. I didn't expect to, but I'm absolutely chuffed that I've got it going. I will show you what I've done in a minute. I think the TOA is designed for wireless but great on its own. Afternoon, a default user ID from rainy mid-Atlantic US. Yeah, no, it's paired, Anthony. It's definitely paired because I can see it up on the screen of the receiver. Mrs. Cruncher's fine. She's down there doing runner bean chutney today, Derek. We've had a massive runner beans. Jess, I have got a record player coming up, actually. I've got a Dynatron music system, which I've had for quite some time now, a number of years. In fact, I've had it about 5 years, and I've yet to work on it. So I've got that to come at some stage. So yeah, runner bean chutney should be good. Well, literally, we've got 2 jars left from last year's, Derek. And well, 1 and a bit because I've just had half of one. So we got a bit left over. So what I need to do is just get a rubber mat and put underneath that microphone just to stop it being noisy. Just going to stick this mat underneath it, and that should cut down any desk noise. There. That should deaden it a bit. You've got a leak turntable. No use for it now. Nice kit. Very well made, Rolf. Back in the day, I got old. I think, is that leak? I don't know. I've got some leak stuff here somewhere. I think. Just sort my bench out here. Now I've got to mess about with a different microphone. Let me just move that microphone over a little bit so I can get the web camera in there still. It's all lastminute.com here, isn't it? It's not my fault, that. That's out of my control. Out of my control, that. I've got a massive, great microphone in the shop now for the webcam, so let's pull that over a little bit. Get me down. Okay, we're getting there. Right, that'll do. That'll do. Excellent. Right, I'm in. Afternoon, Phil Taylor. You got enough turntables there, Benji. Afternoon, Doug. How you doing, mate? Your dad had a Dynatron Music Centre. It was fairly awful, but looked nice. Over-ambitious name. You can't say that, Rolf. Dynatron was the forerunner of the Hackers, don't forget. Hacker Brothers came from Dynatron, so you can't knock Dynatron, really. The modern Dynatron stuff, though, when it went to Glenn Dimplex, is absolutely horrific stuff. Nasty plasticness. Nothing to do with the original Dynatron name. Rob saying Airband is working here. New broadband fibre optic project for the... Oh, right, okay, Rob. So you got a decent connection at long last. Airband not being Air Radio Band. It's the name of the broadband provider, I believe. You got a Thorns TD170 to fix and stick on eBay. Now, that's a nice deck, Benji. I did have one of those momentarily. I had it for about 3 days, and I showed my neighbour it, and he bought it. Literally the same day. But I can't remember what it went for now. I think did I sell it for 100 quid? I don't know. I don't think I sold it for quite that much. I don't know, but I did get a pretty good price for it. You know, I made my money back on it because I bought it as part of a job lot with these old amplifiers, and I have got to do one of these amps as well. I've got a quad amp and a quad preamp, both to be sorted. So plenty to do. Repairing the peaker in the DAC 90 you bought. Edge is gone. Speaker. Peaker. You sure it's not a peaker? I like peaker. Gavin, how you doing, mate? You're sorry to hear the passing of Mikis Theodakis, composer of the house favourite Zorba the Greek. Well, I didn't know that. Hi Jay, I did say hello earlier. You were first in today, mate. Yeah, well, very sorry to hear the passing of that. Rocco, your Fisher-Price record player still works. I remember those as well, Rocco. Not that I had one myself, but I know the kids had one back when they were babies or toddlers, and it had the plastic records on it, didn't it, with the little bumps, and it sounded pretty horrific, but it was pretty good for the kids. They loved it. And Lee Scratch Perry is gone. Quad would be fun. You've got enough quad stuff here. Yeah, I'd like to do it, because I say I've got all the kit for a retro hi-fi here, in fact, and more. I've got the preamp, which is the only amp that will run a couple of the record decks that I've got. Who is Lee Scratch Perry then, Rolf? It's not someone that comes to mind for me. It's it sounds like I don't know, a guitar player or something like that. Net speeds offer up to 250 megabytes. Seeing is believing. Well, Rob, if you've got it sorted, mate, that's great news. So, default user ID has been using a radio-based ISP for years. It works okay except when passing ships block the signal. 85-year-old dub reggae artist. Ah. Yes, I've got one of those, Mike. You fixed it then, did you? I think didn't you have problems with it, or you were repairing it? I can't remember now. Let's just put you onto a different picture, shall we, a minute? Let's just put you onto a different picture and look at this lovely radio that we're going to give away. We're not going to give it away today, but what we'll do is we'll sort you out all the info for actually entering, and we'll draw it. Should we draw it next Sunday? Should we do it next Sunday? What do you think? We produced Bob Marley and invented dub music. And what is dub music, Gavin? This is the next question. I'm sorry, but I'm not up with the boys on that. I'm going to have I fancy a cider actually, so I'm going to have a Thatcher's Zero look, because it's quite warm in here. It's actually 24 degrees according to my thermometer. It's 24 degrees in here at the moment. So let's get this open and get it down my neck. So we're still on the old 0% stuff. I have got a can of Guinness over there for in a minute, because that's cold as well. It's not operational yet, Rob. Wow. Hang on, we've got some info on the desoldering station here as well. Let's just pop that one over there. Thanks, Les. Les has seen this in the flesh, actually. Les was over here yesterday and had a look at the finished product. So Anthony's saying he's had his Duracell desoldering station apart and put a 7812, that's a 12 volt regulator, in line with the fan power lead, and it's quietened down with soft mounted fan now, but could do with a new fan still, but the pump draws too. Needs a recap, Graham, but I leave it on for about 4 or 5 hours before you use it. Yeah, so the only problem with mine, Mike, was the overheating resistor issue. I did recap it. In fact, I put really expensive caps in it. I went a bit mental, Mike, to be honest, but I put all those fancy Nichicon, I don't know if they're Muse. Are they Muse? I can't remember now, but they were quite expensive. In fact, I've got them in a box now, I think, up there. And I also bought 2 new filter caps from Hi-Fi. Oh, it's one of the Hi-Fi component suppliers. Really, really good place for getting caps and that. They're very reasonable, and it arrives next day. So what's Anthony saying? Much for a 7812, but the module used in the C64 in a 12-volt form would be big enough. Okay. As I say, I've got a fan to put in mine that's allegedly, there it is. So I've got a 24-volt fan to put in mine. And there's a mod for that, apparently, which I did save, but I don't know where it's gone. So I'm going to put a 24-volt fan in mine. I think there's only a 12-volt in there from standard, isn't there? With an 18-volt supply. Is that right, Anthony? I'm sure that's the issue. The fan is basically being overpowered. That's good, Mike. The other issue with those is the phono blocks on the back. They crack up. They just fall apart with age. I think the heat from the amp gets into them and they just break apart. But mine's still working absolutely brilliant, Mike, after I restored it. It just packed up all together, but now it's absolutely brilliant. You're nursing a tankard of the General. Oh, wow. Nice one, Phil. That is lovely stuff. I've actually been and seen the vat where they make that. But, you know, that's another story, isn't it? So this is pretty unique, this one, because it's been covered in this. It's hard to actually demo the different colours that this does in this lighting in here, but so, you know, sometimes it's blue. You can sort of see it change colour there in the light. Sometimes it's blue, sometimes it's purple. But I have got some photos that I took outside earlier actually that demo it a little bit better. So let me just get that slideshow up a minute. Looks like new. Yeah, they do look like new, Mike, but they break inside. The plastic cracks up, and I actually contacted Audio Labs, and they sent me some out. I was actually able to buy them off of Audio Labs, which was a godsend, because I wouldn't have known what to do. I did look at trying to hardwire in some new ones, but they're too close together to do that. You can't get the nut on. So yeah, they're in like a plastic molding, all the phono connectors. Not a great design, to be honest, but it is a lovely amplifier. I say I tested a lot of amps before I bought that one. Okay, so let me just get you onto my screen a minute. So let's get me off. Let's go to full screen. Can I go full screen? I think I can. Yeah, there we go. Let's have a quick look. Okay, so we're going right. So here's a radio. I just took these pictures outside earlier. You'll be able to see all our lovely patio furniture in the background. But you can see from that angle it's sort of like a purpley colour. Hopefully you can see that, and we're on screen. I can't see. I think we're on screen. So you can see it's like a purpley colour. Then face on, it turns blue. And then back that way, at that angle, it's purple. You can see it's purple on the back. But if you move it around, it goes blue. So is it blue or is it purple? What do you think? I like the purple. So, okay, let's go back to the main screen a minute, and I'll get up the info and show you what I've actually done to this thing. because I really didn't want to. I really didn't want to just replace this, and I literally couldn't find another. I couldn't find another radio as a spare. I've only got one spare Hunter, and believe me, that one's been robbed to death. There's no tuning cap left in it because I've had this problem before, but I've never attempted to fix it up until now. So let me get full screen up again, and let's go back to the screen. So I took the drastic measure of taking the stator out completely. Basically, that is just soldered into these caps here. These caps just look like a press fit onto these ceramic insulators. So all I thought there was a bit of metal bridging this across, but it isn't. They literally are just soldered, and you see the top where the top ones disappeared there. So literally just soldered on. So I got the desoldering gun and had to heat it up hellish hot to get the solder to melt. And literally it's just bridged across with solder. But it was fun lining it all up. So that's the stator out. As I say, it's not bent, it wasn't twisted or nothing. There was nothing actually wrong with it. It was just loose on those joints. So I cleaned all the solder off of it, and then I put it back temporarily. I didn't solder it back, but I'm sure you can see I've got all of these little tiny plastic shims in pretty much every single fin of this tuning cap. I'll show you what I used in a minute. So you can see I've started to put them in the top as well, because it needs to be balanced. So that's the bottom. You can see all the shims sticking out, and I've actually soldered that back in, and you can see I've just caught it with a soldering iron on the ends, but I've actually soldered it back in now. And trying to line this up as well is quite fun. And that's the other side with all the shims in the top half. So there was shims in this. Sorry, no, that's the bottom again. I had shims in here as well. You can just see one stuck in there, but I had the top and the bottom shimmed, so it's dead even. And that's the radio working. So yeah, that's what I've done. So let me come back out of that and come back on my screen. Mike! Maybe Mike Atlantis will win it back. Where is Mike Atlantis? Is he in? Thanks very much, Mike. Oh, I'm not on screen. Thanks very much, Mike. Blue pool. Blurple. Blue and purple. Blurple, yeah, I like it. Thanks, Mike. So what did I use? Well, where is it? Is it now? Did I put it back? Did I tidy myself up? Yeah, there we go. So I used this overhead projector inkjet transparency film, and what I did, I kept it here, is I just cut it up into lots of little shims. And I mean, there was a hell of a lot. You need a lot of these. You can see them all there, look. So I just put all of these shims in, and it did hold it fairly solid. There's one other thing I did for future proofing, and that was I did put a little tiny dab of what's it called, JB Weld, on the insulator, just to make 100% sure that it's not going to move in transit again, because I think that's what's happened. It's had a little bit of a beating about by the good old couriers, and it's knocked the stator out of line. Thanks, Rocco. Afternoon, multi. So we better hear it working, haven't we? So we'll start off with VHF, because we know that worked before.
Ring and get that ring, find that guy and get you that ring. Let the other...
God knows what that was. That's Radio 2. Let me switch to the other camera a minute. That's Radio 2, I think. Strange, this webcam does weird things. Oh well. I'm sure you can hear that through the microphone.
It's something that Flower...
is so clear-cut, and that we want to make sure the industry...
BBC Radio 1 is well over the top, isn't it? I don't know what they've done to their compression, but the bass is ridiculous.
Mortality because of coronavirus should be kept permanent. Ministers are looking at letting pubs, cafes and restaurants keep marquees and some
Sounds like
extra
BBC
seating.
Wales.
Sport in England play Andorra in a World Cup quarter.
Sound absolutely amazing. So you can hear there's absolutely no scratching on FM, but that wasn't the issue, was it? It was AM. So let's switch to medium wave. I'll just grab my external aerial, give it a bit of help. He says, knocking everything on the floor as per usual. So just plug it in, because I've unplugged that the other day. Switch that on. So we're on medium wave.
You know, in the end they gave it a good go, as Terry said. They just fell by the wayside a little bit at the end, but I'll credit to Arsenal. You know, I think the fact that it's front in home.
No scratchy.
Double Sedco the second, have to say, poor marking from Wales. Sedco 12 yards out, unmarked, and he just simply tapped it in. And as you say, a game that Wales really...
The amount of late chances in the first round.
Up to date with all of it as we join now full commentary in this fast...
Long wave.
Bring it in from the boundary. It's Tucker on 36 on strike. Can I open that window a minute? Please do. It's warm, isn't it? Beautiful. Oh, Robinson rolls into box.
I feel like a Boston at home here. So thank you so much. I hope this is the first of many times.
That's Radio Ireland.
And that was Victoria's Katie Taylor talking last night. Oh.
No scratchy. None at all. What a pig of a job that was, but well worth doing. So we now have a very nice Hacker Hunter ready to give away. As I say, this is one of the later models, so it has got the hole in the side to accept a power supply. Just make sure you get the pin the right way round, and you will need something with a very long reach plug on it, or one of the Hacker VP408s. But 18 volt supply. Headphone socket in the side as well, but end of the day, these things weren't really made for headphones as such. They're made for earplugs. And you've got a car aerial socket on the side. So, say all in all, a really nice radio. It has been totally recapped. It's been covered in this lovely, I think someone said last week, shark skin. I've just got a couple of my lithium-ion batteries in there at the moment. But yeah, it's all back together. I've tightened the top up. Good to go. So who would like that one then? Anybody fancy that? Let's go back to my front screen. Canadian Prairies Shortwave. Hi there, Canadian Prairies. How are you? Bluebell Wood. Very good afternoon to you there. You have a Robert 606. Just put new batteries in and the sound is distorted and crackly. It was fine until we put new batteries in. It could just be the volume pot, or it could be a problem with the... could be one of the amplifier transistors. So yeah, Mike has just said that we are looking to have the keyword as Arthur, who was the brother of the who was the father of the Hacker brothers. There we go. And I believe, wasn't it him that that formed Dynatron, Mike? So let's get this right. So we want the keyword as Arthur. Arthur. So let's go with that. So the keyword is Arthur, and that needs to be in the description of this video once it's uploaded. In the comments section, you need to write the word Arthur in order to be in with a chance of winning this. You need to be a subscriber. So if you're not a subscriber, unfortunately, you're not going to get a chance to win this, because if I go through and you're not on there, then I can take you back off. So please, if you've not subscribed, hit the like button and subscribe. Click on the little bell and it'll also tell you when I'm on next. So keyword Arthur in the comments section of this video. And I think, Mike, are we going to draw this next Sunday? Should we draw this next Sunday? So you haven't got long to enter. You've only got this week coming. I normally leave it a couple of weeks, but we've sort of had a week's leeway with this not working right to start with, so we've had a bit of leeway. Anthony would love it. So I think we're going to be happy to post this pretty much anywhere. I'll do my best to pack it to the high hilt so as it doesn't get damaged in transit. Arthur is king of the Britons. So yeah, we'll draw it next week, look. So you need to put the keyword Arthur in the comments section of this video when it uploads. The video doesn't normally upload until tomorrow, until later this evening when I've come offline, but you may be able to put comments on now. I'm not sure. I'm not 100% sure on that. Hardly anything left on medium wave these days. You're dead right, Rolf, but don't forget you can get a medium wave transmitter, and you can get a medium wave transmitter and transmit the signal to this, don't forget. So you can buy a Spitfire, or they've got a new Spitfire actually. I don't think it's called Spitfire now, but it looks a very nice bit of kit. Has anybody played with one of those? Mike, hello Mike. We've got it working, mate, at last, properly. Arthur and Ron were the brothers. Harry was the father. Ah, okay, so it's still Arthur, because that's what Mike named it. So we'll keep the name as Arthur, because that's what Mike's called this radio. What was Rolf saying? IW. I'm not sure. Keith is saying Arthur didn't have any idea his sons would build an awesome radio. Yeah, it's Harry, I think. I think you're right. I think you're right there, Mike. I have got the book here somewhere. I did do a history of Hacker Radio for the Radio Club back earlier. Was it this year or last year? I forget now. I think it was this year. It's also Monty Python, Doug. What were we on about? Yes, the Roberts R606 could well be the volume control, but depends how long you left it before you change the batteries. So there we are, keyword Arthur. In the comments of this video, and we're going to draw it next Sunday. So if you're not subscribed, just hit the subscribe button and then you get a chance to enter. And don't forget to give it a thumbs up, people. Let me just see then if I can find this latest AM transmitter. I'd like one of these actually. Now I'm trying to think of the name of the company now that does them. Uh, 6v6, here we go. So let's go to the screen. There we go. Okay, let me just get rid of picture in picture. That should be clear now. Yeah. So this is the Spitfire AM transmitter. £74.95. So it ain't cheap, but it is worth it. It is a good bit of kit. So if anybody wants the link to this, let's copy that in. If I can find the thing. Mike, thank you very much towards the postage. Max B, how are you, mate? You got an R505, he works for about 1 minute and then all the stations are gone. Any ideas? Sounds like it's a dodgy connection there, Max. It could be something stupid like the headphone socket, or it sounds like a dodgy connection though. Or it could be a capacitor. Yeah, it could be a capacitor gone dry. Right, so there is another shop. Okay, here we go. It's this one, Hurricane. This is their latest one. And this is expensive, but it does look a nice bit of kit. And I can't remember who it was that was telling me about this. Let's just pop this in full screen. Can I zoom in? Yeah, so it's actually got Bluetooth on this as well, and I think it also comes with a remote control as well. So you can go the whole hog and spend 129 quid on this thing, but it does sound really good. And it's only literally been brought out in April. So next generation intelligent AM modulator featuring a digital frequency synthesizer, controlled by a high performance RISC based microcontroller with optional Bluetooth and Bluetooth remote control. I think if you're going to spend 100 quid, you might as well spend the extra 20 quid and get the Bluetooth, haven't you, really, to be fair. So it can be wired. Connect a supplied audio cable to your audio sources, MP3 player, headphone or line output, and you're ready to go. So it's basically you tune it into the frequency that you've got it on there. I don't think it's gonna, no, it doesn't give me a bigger picture. Bluetooth BLE, Bluetooth streaming option. You can pair the Hurricane with your Bluetooth audio source and stream using Bluetooth. So bear in mind this is an AM, not FM. So we've all seen the doozle that I use to transmit FM. Now you can do exactly the same without any connections to anything using AM, which I think is brilliant. They do a European version as well. I'm not sure. It's just a different power lead by the looks of it. They also do a USA and Canada version, look, with a 10 kilohertz channel spacing and a US power lead. Are they doing Australia and New Zealand as well? Wow. I say I haven't got one of these. I wouldn't mind one to review. That would be nice. So if anybody from V6V is about that wants me to have a look at one of these and review it, I'll happily do it and compare it with the Spitfire, which I have got the Spitfire. So set the desired frequency using the front panel buttons. You can display it in kilohertz or meters as well. Interesting. So if you've got an old radio that's only marked with meters on it, you can do it like that. In fact, most of them are only marked with meters, aren't they? Let's chuck me back in the corner. No one puts Cruncher in the corner. Look. Audio gain, VU meter as well. Modulation monitor to view modulation depth in percentage. Antenna voltage to check the antenna's tuned correctly. And you've also got a test tone as well. They've really thought of pretty much everything with that, haven't they? So remote control. Okay, so you can use an app on your phone as a remote control with this other option. Due for release in June, so that should be with us now. So there's a setup for it. I take it you can see that. Audio source from your MP3 player, PC or Mac, or you could have it connected via Bluetooth if you've got the Bluetooth module. Power supply, what's the power supply on it then? 15 volts DC. So you're probably going to want to use the power supply that comes with it, I suspect. I'm assuming that's not a horrible switch mode thing that's going to make loads of noise all over the thing. I'm assuming not. Has anybody seen any reviews on these yet? I must have a look. So 3-meter antenna and a ground. Now I've found with a Spitfire that these two things here are essential. I have grounded it to radiator and it works, but now it's grounded outside to an earth spike. So it goes down the wall and out to an earth spike. Well, I've got an earth block in here that's connected to the spike, so I just connect my ground to that. In the antenna, if you've got a long wire antenna, that works amazingly well. But you know, you need to put all of the wire that they give you out to make it work. So yeah, there you go. It's out there. They've got some interesting stuff in here. I don't know what else they've got in their shop. Spitfire. They've got a Mosquito 1 watt AM transmitter. A fully built and ready to run complete 1 watt medium wave AM radio station. That can't be legal. That can't be legal. 90 volt battery eliminator. You've seen me using that before. Useful if you've got one of those suitcase radios. We'll click on that because that's quite relevant. So you've seen me using one of these before. They've got various voltages for the LT and HT. I think it does 90 volts HT and 1.4 LT, but there is other settings inside. Yeah, 90, 67 and 45 volts on the HT, so you can run different HT voltages on it. 59.95, 60 quid. Again, not cheap, but very good. This is interesting, this mosquito. Let's have a look, see what the mosquito's doing. Okay. Cater for the 1 watt lower power AM standards being introduced worldwide in Scandinavia and the Netherlands. Okay. So I suspect this isn't legal to use in the UK. So it's got 1 watt output. Now you're talking. That's a serious bit of whole household and all your street broadcasting on that thing, I'm sure. Yeah, interesting. 90 quid. Again, very interesting. Tube. Now I've got one of these. It says currently not available. It's not great. It does work. It's not as good as the Spitfire. So I've actually got one of these as well. In fact, I had this one to start with, and I had this one hooked up, and then a customer of mine was having problems with his Spitfire interfering with his neighbour's telly, I think. So he gave me the Spitfire, so I now got the Spitfire as well. But this is what I was using prior to getting the Spitfire. So there's a 2-tube regenerative receiver kit, super heterodyne radio kit, build your own limited edition, not available. Yeah, it looks like they've sold out or discontinued a lot of it. Frequency counter and DDS modules. So there you go. I put the link in there anyway. Let's just go back to the main camera, come out of that. So hopefully you're quite happy that you can now rebroadcast on AM safely. So that you do need one of those if you're going to keep your old radios alive, because most of the older generation radios haven't got FM on them, so you are really stuck. Hi Luigi, how you doing, mate? Spanky! How are you, Spanky? Hi, Daniel. Been cutting the lawns. Rob's got a hacker Avimore with the same noise from the tuner. No circuit diagram. Any ideas if there was a service details? Yeah, I've got service details for the Avimore, I believe, Rob. And you probably find it's that horrible tuning cap. Polyvaricon tuning cap. Unfortunately, they're starting to fail big style. I mean, it might be that the 606. I don't know if that's got an airspace though. Just catching up. Theo T. Hi Theo. You have the FM version here in Canada, 50 watts. 50 watts? When the neighbours turn up their music, I hear on the transmitter with noise. Oh, I turn on the transmitter with noise. Excellent. Can you use it as test equipment? Yeah, you're right. Looking on Banggood. It's not the same stuff though, Ralph. I don't think it's quite as well made as that. It's expensive, but you get what you pay for. There's a company in America that makes a really good one as well, but I can't remember what the name of that was now. Harp is saying you can also use an old signal generator and connect to your audio to the external modulation input. Oh, good call, Harp. Use an old signal generator and connect your audio to the external modulation input if it's got one. As mine. LFN. Yeah, I have. Interesting. Then hook an antenna to the output on the signal generator. You have done this for years. You can pick up whatever frequency you like. Well, Harp, that's interesting, mate. You'll have to do us a demo on that on your channel. Harp's got a very good YouTube channel, by the way, people. If you've not watched it. Check out micro power medium wave transmitter, one radio frequency, 60 to 1600 on AliExpress. Yeah. Nick, what's Nick saying? Nick's annoyed the neighbours I'm catching up with the chat now because I've been on that website for a bit. You know, the neighbours here once had Hideous Heart FM on, so I played them some House of Pain over your signal generator. Excellent. I like a bit of House of Pain, actually. Let's diamond. Only thing it may overload signal to strong. Strong ha. Too strong. Pirate radio. You did similar with the builder's radio that was annoying. Get quite a bit on medium wave here, and Caroline just about to turn up the power on their 648 transfer. Are they really, Mike? They've got a variation to put the power up, have they? That's it. SS RAN or Stran, isn't it? Is the American ones, but I think they had problems. I think they've had problems supplying, and I don't know if they folded or not, but I know they were having problems. Hi GT Jeff, how are you? Good stuff, Harp. We look forward to that, mate. Let me look up this SS Tran then a minute for you all. I think this is definitely the make. Les has just said it, and Doug's just sent me a link to SS Tran, low power part 15 compliant. Yeah, this is the problem that we've got. If you notice the let's just get rid of the picture in picture. If you notice the notice on Toplet, as of November 2017, SS Tran will not be accepting new orders. We're not able to fill our current backlog of orders. So yeah, basically they're not selling anything anymore. Which seems a bit strange, doesn't it? Because you've got a buy thing here, but I don't know if you can buy anything or not. It says they're not accepting new orders. So I'm not sure, Doug, whether you know anything about that. But I know these were really good kit. I don't know whether they based the Spitfire on these, but they were good. Let's try buying one. I'm not going to buy one. Yeah, so it doesn't work. Let's go back. Yeah, that's a shame, isn't it? Because they were good. Talking house transmitters, yeah, all the gear, no idea. Chris did a video on those. I think they're a little bit quirky though, Rocco. They don't seem to work brilliantly. I know Chris did eventually get it going properly, but it looks like a lot of hassle. They are good. Yeah, you just can't buy them anymore though, Les, can you? That's a bit of a shame, isn't it? Yes, if you check out Chris, All the Gear, No Idea, on YouTube, he made a couple videos on that Talking House transmitter. It does work, but I think it's a bit quirky, and I'm not sure if you can put... I can't remember. I'm not going to comment too much because I know Chris did a lot of experiments with that. So if you want to know about those Talking House transmitters, then look up Chris, All the Gear, No Idea. So I'll do a quick overview again at the end for those that have just joined that want to enter to win this radio. And remind me to do that. So I've got a couple other things that have come in for repair. So let's have a look at the one that came in first. I've not had a look at this at all yet, this particular item. That's my address. So it's a good old Yupiteru. Even got some batteries with it, look. And it looks like we've got a third-party antenna with it, but the one that comes with it ain't great. This is off of a low by the looks of it. Wideband antenna, standard gain. A bit bendy, but yeah. So don't really need. Do I need the antenna? Yeah, well, we'll take the antenna. So let me just get that box out of the way. Very good scanners, these. Very, very good. If anyone wants you know, a recommendation for a half decent handheld scanner, this is the way to go. I mean, it's not got all the bells and whistles. You haven't got alphanumeric tagging. I don't think you've got 8.33 airband step on it. I'll have a look in a minute. They might have put it on it, but I don't think they have. But it is a very good, easy to use scanner, and as a beginner's scanner, I don't think you can get much better than that. Let's stick it on the overhead camera. It's the wrong way round. Let's just swap that, because I had it the other way round the other week, didn't I? Let's pop that back over there out of the way. Just focus. So it's the MVT-7100. They did a 7000 as well, which wasn't quite as good. I can't remember the difference in spec. But it's easy in that you can just enter the frequency you want and push the enter button and you're there. A lot of these scanners, you've got to do all sorts of weird and wonderful things to get a frequency to come up. But this is pretty straightforward. On the side you've got a lamp button, you've got a monitor button which just cuts out the squelch basically and opens up the receiver. A reset button which looks like it's been pressed a few times, and a key lock. On the other side we've got an earphone and a 12-volt DC socket, which doesn't say which pin is which either, which is always great. The main problems with these is the batteries. People leave the batteries in and the batteries go bad. I know that I did one for Johnny Comic, and his battery terminals were absolutely shot. I sort of cobbled something in, so this has had a bit of battery damage. There's definitely some verdigris inside there, but the actual terminals look okay. Got a little bit of blue on the terminals. It's not looking too bad though. So I have got a power supply for one of these. So let me see if I can find that in a minute. I've got a Scan Master power supply. So I've got a little butterfly trying to get out of here, poor sort. Come on, Mr. Butterfly. There you go. Come on, Mr. Butterfly. Tortoiseshell. Come on, just hang on to that and we'll get you out. There he goes. Go on, there you go. No, not even out. There he is. Scan Master charger. There's two chargers here that I've got for scanners. One is underpowered, as we found out last time. Is it the Scan Master? Is it another one? 6 volts. Yeah, I've got two here that fit this radio. One isn't man enough, I know. What's this one? This one is 300 milliamps. This one is 80 milliamps. So yeah, the 80 milliamps is just wrong. This one works. So rather than power it up with batteries, let's stick it on this one. Nice Duraleak batteries, yeah. So Rolf saying you started as a pirate DJ in the early 80s. You're now a legal DJ on River Gibbs. Is that a radio station, Rolf? Or do you just go out on the River Gibb and broadcast? Right, let's plug this in and see what's going on with this radio, because it isn't working. Obviously, that's why it's been sent in. Duh. Let's go back to my main camera and let's connect it up to an antenna. Give it half a chance. I'll give it more than half a chance, really. Give it a whole chance. I do have one of these radios myself, and I do still use it fairly regularly as a scanner if I'm searching for signals or I've got a problem with noise. It's my sort of go-to scanner. I've got an AOR 8200 as well, which is the best scanner I've got here. If I was going to go out and do any sort of airband listening, I would be taking the AOR, because it's got alphanumeric, so I can put in frequencies. So let's hook this up to an aerial. So this is a discone aerial outside. I get a lot of questions asking me what aerials. This is a discone. So let's turn it on and see what happens. Diddly squat. Oh, okay. So we've got absolutely no audio with the squelch turned right down. Nothing. So let's try 100.0, enter. So I've got a full signal there, so it's receiving. So I've got full signal, so it is receiving, but we can't hear nothing, no audio. So let's stick some headphones in the ear socket and see if that brings up any joy. Brings up any joy? I see Devon speaking there. A bit of a mess of all sorts here at the moment. I've had quite a lot on this week. Been a busy chap. So no, nothing coming out of it whatsoever. Not a dicky bird. Andy, how you doing, mate? Yeah, lithium is the way to go. Not cheap, but I've got lithiums in all of my AOR, not AOR, ICF 2001s. So basically we've got no audio output, which is strange because I did think he said that he did have audio output. Oh, hang on. No. No, we have. Nothing on the speaker. Okay. Let's go to... No, we don't want step. Function mode. There we go. Oh. Oh. Function mode. Enter. Right. I didn't push enter, so it just reverted, but hopefully you can hear that now. Got that glare on the screen again. It's just this light. So it sounds like the speaker's knackered or something wrong with the. If I take that out, nothing at all. But we do have audio output. Okay, so we've got no audio coming out the speaker. Let's quickly grab his note a minute and have a quick look to see what he's saying. Sometimes it's dead. If the scanner's handled, sometimes it loses the frequency stored in the memory. Hence they must be re-entered. The sound at times seems to be quiet. Well, it's not quiet, it's totally knackered. The using an earpiece does seem to rectify that. So it could just be a dodgy earphone connector inside, couldn't it really? Tony! How you doing, mate? As the mains power unit's lost the earth pin, I tend to use batteries. But I do not think that is a problem. No, batteries is fine. You wouldn't be taking a power supply out with you. He said he used to use it for shortwave listening and the performance was at times surprising. Yes, it does go down quite low. I can't remember what it goes down to now, but you know, it is a very nice scanner. So if anybody wants, as I say, a recommendation for a scanner, you can pick these up for less than £100 now. I can't remember what they were when they were new, but yeah, so we need to have a look inside. It's either the headphone socket would be very nice, wouldn't it? If it was just the headphone socket, that would be great. Let's zoom out a little bit. Yeah, if it was just a headphone socket, that would be great, but I can't see it somehow. I've got to remember how to take these apart now. It's a little while since I've done one, but I have done 2 or 3 of these. I think you've got 4 screws on each side, but you don't take all 4 out. I think you just take a couple out. We'll take the clip off the back, although you don't have to take the clip off the back. It just makes it a bit easier to work on. Just pop that one off a minute. So we have got a normal radio to work on in a minute, so don't go disappearing yet, because, well, I say work on, we've got one to look at, shall we say. Because I don't think we'll be working on it today. We might be. We might be. You just never know, do you? Let's get someone to put the screws in that in. Remember to keep the light off. Right, so I think it's just the top 2 that we unscrew, so let's get them out. Because what it is inside, there's just a piece of metal going across with the screw in each piece of metal. So if you take them both out, it just makes it a bit more awkward. It doesn't really do it any harm. If you take them all out, you take them all out. So obviously the audio IC is okay. So it's either a knackered speaker, which could be fun. I have ordered a speaker in from China because I have not been able to get hold of Roberts at all. I was on the phone, I was holding for 25 minutes the other day and couldn't get hold of Roberts at all. Got another one in the battery compartment here somewhere. Yeah, these are weird because when you pull them apart, the battery contacts stay in one half of the radio. I bet I've undone the wrong half now, am I? No, I don't think I have. Just it's caught on these damn battery contacts. There is no service manual for these things either. I've got my fingernail jammed in there now, but gonna have to spudger it up. Valdir, how you doing, mate? Scanner surgery. What it is, there's some plastic clips in the bottom just in here that I'm trying to release. You can't really see them there, but yeah, there's some plastic clips just in the base there. I think that's what's holding it in. Yeah, there's one gone, there's the other one gone. There we are. As I say, the battery contacts go sort of through. See that one, you can see it's pretty badly corroded, that one. Not good, but it's all in one piece. The other one's a bit corroded, but that one is pretty bad. That should have lifted out of there, but it's pretty badly corroded. So there's our two halves. And this is, I'm trying to think, I've got to take this out, plug it back in to test it. Or do I take that out, plug it in there? Okay. I'm trying to think how I did this last time. So there's nothing visibly wrong with it. That's our headphone socket there. I think one of these two is the audio amp, one of these chips up on here. I think it's that one. One of those two, I'm sure it is. There's really not that much goes wrong with these. It's usually battery corrosion. Anyway, I think what we need to do is get this board out, pop it in here, so as we can test it. No, that's going to be a pain because underneath here there's a load of old foam, and if you take it out, it's a pig to get back in properly because it just goes to powder. Have a think, Graham, what are you going to do here? Obviously take that bit out, put it in there, but then I can't really test it. I did have one of these with some blown up chips in it as well, didn't I, that I did a while back. It's no good. I'm going to have to take this side out, otherwise I'm not going to be able to put it back together. How are the PCB pins? Yeah, they're not too bad, Tony. I can't see any corrosion on those. I need to take this board out, really. Just have to be careful with the old what do you call it? Ujimi flip. Let me just take a picture, because this button here is a pain as well. This little slider. It will go in two ways, but it won't work if you put it in wrong. So what have I done with my phone? Have I even got my phone up here? I think I did have my phone up here, but obviously I haven't now. Just let me go and get my phone a minute. I'll be back. I just want the phone to be able to take a picture. So just mute that mic a minute. I might even have a comfort break. Back in the room. Right, okay. What were we saying? Two halves are connected by the pins. Test the speaker with a battery. Dom, how you doing, mate? What do we call it? The technical term. Right, yeah, so just let me take a picture of this of this little plastic switch. Just so as I get it the right way around when I put it back together. There we are. Right, let's take this out then. I don't like taking this bit out really, but okay, so it looks like it's the number 1 Phillips. I want to put it all back together so as I can test the headphone socket. Have you had these apart before, Tony? actually think it was the Yupiteru 7000 that I just couldn't fix. It was kaput. We can take those two wires off for now to get the board out, because I can power it up via the power supply. So let me just take those out. That's let's get you in a bit closer so you can see how we're doing. That's these two power supply doodadays, wires even. Take a photo which way around they go. I think they're marked on the board actually. This is where we see if the foam's gone to powder or not. Hopefully it hasn't. You can see that battery terminal though, can't you? That is cruddy. So we're going to have that out and put it in the vinegar. Just take the little button thingies off. Okay. Well, this one hasn't got foam on it. That's unusual. Okay. Let's pop that speaker out as well while we're at it. It's got some Loctite on the screws, but can easily put that back on. To come off. Loctite is stuck it solid. Should come out now. There we are. Right. Yeah, they've got a bit of a different design on this particular one by the looks of it. No foam. Going to need to get the keypad out though, because I won't be able to push the buttons else, will I? So this is that little tiny speaker that's in that. It's very, very similar to the one that's in that radio that we looked at last week that I got from the boot sale. I don't know what ohms this one is, but it's not great, is it? (6EA) Japan. Namiki. Right, so now we should be able to put it back together. Let's come back out a bit. You have a Bearcat Uniden, never this brand. It looks nice. They are nice. 2E0 LKC. Got to go log in your contacts. I'll catch you soon, mate. Well, thanks for dropping in. Tom, how are you, mate? Greetings from Michigan. Yeah, welcome. Welcome all the way from Michigan, US of A. Keep tuned, Thomas, because I've got a giveaway to do soon, mate, and I think we're going worldwide with it, I think. So you may get a chance to win that. Right, so as I say, we've got pins. As Tony quite rightly said, there's pin headers here and here that connect into these sockets here on the radio where my finger and thumb are. That one doesn't look too healthy actually. It's a bit of a funny angle, but So let's connect it up. Will it go in there? Will you go in there? Right. So let's see, can we get to everything we need to? I can certainly get at the speaker now to see if I've got an output on the speaker. So if I get my signal tracer in, if we can find a ground anywhere. The screws the ground by the looks of it, so I can hook onto that. Let's oink some power into it. If I can find my power again. And let's just see if we've got a signal on the actual speaker itself. Let's make sure we're connected into the right place in there. Power on. Whoa! It's working now, look. What is going on with that? Oh, put 1,000 in there. I've got to find, I think, which one's mode. Let's get it into wide FM. Where's the front panel gone, Graham? So we want function. What is going on with that then? Sod's law, isn't it? Why is it working now, taking it out? It actually sounds quite good. Just trying to find some voice so we can leave it on and have a poke around. Because we haven't got an antenna in the thing now. That's why it's pretty shocking. Let's stick this antenna on.
Perhaps we were born for each other. But if this love is an illusion, then I want to die before it ends. No, I want to live to love him. This happiness we give is the strongest, purest bond.
I've even kept up lines of communication with Cecile. Now they're coming home, I bribed access from their footman so easily. It's astonishing Danceny never managed it. And I've had 6 letters from him to show her when she's back in Paris. Poor boy. He's very
I wonder if it's a dodgy connection on one of these pins.
My beautiful friend, I swear to you, I'm not in love. What sacrifices do you think I wouldn't make to please you? Tell me.
I am trying to write. If I can. Belmont.
It's a hissing noise.
No longer cares.
That could just be the aerial though. Let's just connect the external aerial back up.
He cheated on me, betrayed me, insulted me. He delivered me up to vile agony. I have no right to despise her. She has broken fewer vows than me.
Yeah, it's just the aerial.
I've just read this back and realized it doesn't tell you anything. So, it was yesterday. For the first time since returning to Paris, I was invited out to supper. But Valmont came to me at 5 o'clock. He never seemed so tender. He made me know that he preferred me to stay in.
I'm just giving it a bit of a wiggle now, see if I can simulate it.
His manner completely changed. He claimed some business that forced him to go immediately, leaving me wondering what had said, done. But I realized I could still supper. So I and got a carriage. My coachman took me past the opera, and we were soon caught in the crowds. I saw a line next to ours.
So something's grounding it out down here if I push it.
Attention, and sitting there with a girl, a notorious girl with the most brazen confidence.
That probably won't happen when it's back in the circuit, but
She pressed herself up against the window,
because that bit's screwed into the other case.
She stared and pointed and cackled at
Pryor, good afternoon, John. How are you?
around us. And all the while I couldn't move, and Valmont did nothing at all.
Richard, strip down and rebuilds do occasionally magically work. Well, this radio's come in from Gavin, so we could have a dodgy connection on the pins. It's certainly working now without fault, isn't it?
Done without a thought in my head. There I was, at the Tender Prudes, minded to extend the evening. But then your accusations of love soured the promised pleasure, and I simply had to reassure myself and convince you it was slander. Off I went to join Emily at the opera. You know Emily. Everyone does. Merely thinking she could confirm.
Well, it could still be that headphone socket. Let's plug that in and unplug it again.
Sir, it is clear to me that the infatuation you have sought to create can mean nothing to you now. But I thought, having sacrificed everything to, lost my right to the esteem of others and myself, that you would not equate my weakness with the depravity of a prostitute. Goodbye, sir.
Okay.
This evidence of my sacrifice in happy expectation of my reward from, or rather of, yourself. Especially since back in
Squelch is working. No issues with the squelch. Bit of Blondie, Sunday Girl. Good song.
I believe in God, the Father Almighty.
Bit of church service going on.
I answered my nun with an epic
So I'm trying to think if this goes down to the kilohertz. I don't know if it does. Let's try it. 198. No, I don't think it goes down that low. No, 198. Let's try point. Well, it's bizarre, isn't it? I think it's what are we doing here? We're on 197 megs. That's picking up a harmonic, isn't it, of the what is going on with that? It's not. It's working now, isn't it? Yeah, it's got a bit of cross mod. Probably because I've got it all open up. Volume is up full whack. Yeah, it is. Volume does sound okay. I mean, I can go and get mine to compare a minute. But then saying that mine's in... mine's back in the case. Let's compare the volume to mine then. It will go down to the AM bands. That's mine. I mean, it's not really a fair comparison because that's not actually in the case itself. Yeah, that's loud enough to be fair. I don't think there's an issue with the volume on that. Wow, what can we do? It's working. What can we do? What we can do is a bit of preventative, I suppose, isn't it? Check the solder connections on everything. Give these pins a clean. Let's just have a quick look at this. Does yours also get reception of the commercial radio at 193.200? Oh yeah, good point, Tony. Let's try it. Yeah. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. It's like the aerial's overloading it a bit. I don't know if it's got a attenuator built into this. I don't think it does. Yeah, same's happening with mine, Tony. Just conditions are pretty good today, aren't they? Rob, you're just out of bed. It is harmonics and the I think, unless it's just overloading it. So let's get the old goggles on and have a closer look at these pins, see if any are corroded. Well, the audio comes through two of these pins here. These two pairs. So we might need to just pop this board here off as well and have a look. Because it could be a dodgy connection underneath these pins causing the problem, but as I say, at the moment it's working fine. But I do want to have a look at this this headphone socket, which looks quite tarnished, so I can't do that unless I get this board here off. So I think to get that one off I've got to pull the volume and squelch pots. I've got to pull them out. Yeah. Let's get it out. Let's get it out and have a look. So I just use these jeweler's pliers to get in on these little, I can't see them, but these are the ones with the little slot in them. This seems to be the best tool for the job. Once they're loosened, you can use a screwdriver on them, but this fits in there very well. There's my little screwdriver gone. Set them out. I don't want to take the bottom board out really, I just want to take this one out, and again it's on an edge connector here, so you've got to undo the screws and then prise this board off. They are pretty tight, these as well. Alright, let's do that. And there's a case of greasing everything up, I think, or switch cleaning it all. Soaking those battery contacts, because there could be an issue with those. Is there another screw in there? I don't think there is. Gonna probably have to take the tuning dial one off as well. In for a penny, in for a pound, isn't it? I mean, this one's just on a pins really. It's a shame I can't just pop it out, but I've got to take it off. Yeah, she blows. Right, so we're going to pull this one up and out, and there we are. There's our boards. A trio of boards. Let's have a little sip of my cold cider. It's not cold anymore. See, another issue with these is this backup battery. Now, you mentioned about losing the memories. Well, this battery is what stores the memory, so I think we're going to need to swap that one out. It's around about 5 volts, isn't it, on these? I think it's 5.5 volt. Let's just have a look, see if we've got any voltage left in it. Well, it's not a battery, it's a super cap. So let's see what's in it, if anything. You see that? Roughly. So we should be seeing around about 5 volts in it. 3.5 and dropping. So I think we'll change that one if I can find one. Now I have got some of these because I bought some in for one of my SW55s, which uses the same one. They're quite hard to get hold of. I can't find them in this country. I don't. Well, can I? No, I don't think I can find them in the same configuration. I had to get it from China. And what was Mike asking? Your Tenma 7287 power supply blew its 3.1 amp time delay fuse on a second power up, so I changed it to a 5 amp, and it's working great. Did yours give problems? Yeah, I popped mine before, Mike, and I found that the reason for it was pushing the power supply button and on and off very quickly popped the fuse on mine for some reason. Have you got the same one as me? 728700. Yeah, it's like the same one. Yes, I haven't changed it to a 5 amp, Mike, but I put the original fuse back in it. Original size fuse back in it. I think I did buy some more as well, just in case, but it was just me pushing the button on and off a bit quick. Whether it just caused a surge, I don't know, but right, let's see if I can find my super caps. Now, where are they? Is this them? I don't think I put them away yet. I don't think, because that's the ones for the 7700, because they're 6.3, I think they are. They're hard to get. Mouse is the only place you'll get those. I've got the square ones. No, not in there. So they are still down on the stairs, I think. Let me go and get one, because that will be the issue where he's losing all his memories. I have them. Yes, I've got the one with the A on the end. What's the difference, Mike? So I've got I bought these transistors in to fix Les's 2010. He's got Sony ICF 2010, but this is the super caps that I bought in. All the way from China. So if anybody knows of a supplier over here that does these, smell a bit funky, these. They look a bit big, don't they? Wow. That's different to the picture. That's my fault for only just opening them, isn't it? That's different to the picture. I wonder if they'll fit on there, though. Yeah, that's definitely different to the picture of these. So have a look at the pinout. No, the pinout's wrong as well. Flipping heck. They've seen me off there, haven't they? That is definitely not the capacitors that I ordered. Let me think then. To be fair, I didn't order it for these sets. I ordered it for the SW55, so they might still fit that. What a pain. Let me just get those other ones. I do have one somewhere, I think, or have I used someone else's radio? I did have one odd spare one. Yes, I have. There we go. I have got one. So let's just pop the desoldering tool on. The lovely quiet desoldering tool. Let's get that one changed out. So it's 5.5 volts, 0.22 farads. And that is now the right one. So I need to get some more of these, and they're a funny sort of shape. They need to be exactly the right size, otherwise they won't fit the radio. So you see the pin space is quite wide on them. I'm going to have to look at my order from AliExpress and find out what's gone wrong there. But yeah, this is the right one. So we'll get that one changed. We can do that. That'll sort the issue with the and get the light in the right place. That'll sort the issue with the memories being lost. Cheers, Tony. Catch you soon, mate. Inrush current can be very high, especially with toroidal transformers. I have to put 13 amp fuses in some big ones. Mike's saying no current reading on yours. You have to press a button to see the current display. Oh, I see. Right, okay. That cider was rather nice. Right, well, while my desoldering tool is heating up, which takes an age, I'm going to have a quick look over this board. So there's a bit of tarnish in and around that headphone jack. Just plug in just to see how that works. I think the switch is right on the back there. Yes, okay. So there's a little switch in there as you push the socket in. I don't know if you'll be able to see this. Let me see if I can get you right up, right in the guts of him. Can you see that little switch just on the edge there? So if I pull the socket out, see that switch dropping down, push it back in, switch makes and breaks. It's usually that switch getting tarnished that stops them working, but that one looks okay. But I will give it a squirt. Let's get this cap out then. If I can untangle this desoldering gun from everything. It's a big old ground plane on here. Not quite there. Just give that a poke out. Try again. Through hole this as well, isn't it? Great. They don't normally. I don't normally struggle to get these out. To be fair, let's put a bit of fresh solder in there. Bit of flux. Yeah, that's a big old ground plane. I'm struggling to get any solder into that. Okay. Let's pop that temperature up a little bit. Right. See if that'll come out now. That one's out. This one still isn't though. Let's help it on its way. Hell, that's savage, that is. I'm going to have to stick a big tip on that. Let's have a look. What have we got here? Let's stick that one in. Yeah, that tip's just not man enough. I'm going to put this one in, which has got a much bigger heating surface on it. Let's get that out of the way before I burn it with the soldering iron and that. Get some of this stuff out of my way. Just tin that. Right, now we should be able to pull it out, hopefully. There we go. Let's just suck the rest of the solder out. Cool, I'll tell you what. That's a proper ground plane on that. filter out of the way. Get out of the way. God, it will not come out. Let's try a bit of braid. A bit of braid. I'm just trying to clear that hole so as I can solder the new super cap in. Cool, nearly. It's a pretty savage ground plane on that, I must admit. Yeah, clear at last. That took some clearing, didn't it? Right. Can shut that up. Let's get rid of the flux on it. Let's pop the new one in. So we've got negative on that pin and positive on that. Just let me double check that with a multimeter a minute. No, I can't because it's not charged up, is it? Ha, you fool. I keep forgetting it's not a battery, it's a super cap. Right, so that is positive and that is the negative. It has actually got a little negative on the pin. So there's sack fit that. So let's get a bit of flux and help that on its way. Solder that one in. That's that one. Now the lovely ground pin. There we go. I'll tell you what, that sucks the heat away from the iron, that does. New super cap. Sorted. Chickens, yeah, you can hear them. Can you? Cider. Yeah, cheers, Richard. This is a different model. Catch you later, Andy. Floppy. How you doing, Floppy? You use those caps in old videos for memory backup. Yeah. They are difficult to get. I mean, if anybody's got a supply of those, they're fairly unique because there's quite a wide pin spacing on them. That solder's flowed through nicely on there. Just visually checking, make sure we've got no dodgy looking caps there. Caps all look pretty good. And let's have a look, where's that pin header there? So, which ones we said was the audio now? Have another look at this. Audio was the second and third in. First one's positive supply. Second and third ones in. So what I'll probably do is I'm just going to reflow these pins here, just to make 100% sure they're making decent contact. So let's swap that massive tip out. Don't need that. No, really. Let's go back to that smaller one. Having a right old go over there, aren't they? A right old lay-in session. Let's turn that temperature down a bit again. Right. So it's the second and third pins are the connection to that speaker. Let's use the really fine solder now, which is jammed. What's going on here? Oh, I see. My solder's all coiled up. Yeah, let's get that in there. Yeah, it's always the same, isn't it? You know, it's difficult. You don't want to let something go back where it might have a problem still, but it certainly didn't work when we first turned it on. Right, so let's stick a bit of flux down on these two. As I say, there's only a couple of the pins that act on the speaker. So it's that one, if I can get in there. That one. That one. And that one. And they seem to go off on the top of the board. So that one's ground, and that one goes up there, through there. I'm just having a quick look over it, trying to work out where these wires go. That one goes through. There. So let's resolder the headphone jack as well, just to make doubly sure. It's always the unseen, isn't it? That doesn't look like the greatest joint on the planet, to be fair. Actually looks like it might be worth taking that one off. Sounds finger looking good. And Les likes the eggs. We sort Les out with some eggs when he comes over. I'm just going to reflow those two because that one didn't look particularly healthy. That one really. What have I called a blobby solder joint? And there's still some lead free in there because I can see it's all nice and dull and horrible. See if we can get a bit more of that out. On the last legs of my desoldering braid yet again. Get through loads of this stuff. Let's try that again. That's most of the lead free gone. That's better. That looks better. Okay. Let's get rid of the flux on that. Where's my thingy bobber gone? Right, what else can we check? Not a lot really. Let's stick some switch cleaner in that switch. Stick that plug in and out of there a few times. Right, let's go over these pins then. So fiberglass pencil, I'm just going to go over these pins as best I can. Again, this is the audio pins here. Not really tarnished, but it can cause problems with these. It's 3 boards sandwiched together. It's never a good thing, is it really? There's those, and there's also some pins on this one as well, which we'll do. I mean, these are gold plated by the looks of it, so I've obviously realised there could potentially be an issue. Bit of tarnish on one of those. Can't get to the inside of those, so let's give that a quick go with this pretty gnarly wire brush. Should get most of them off. Blow the dust out. I'm just going to give the pins a squirt, not the socket. I don't want to flood the sockets with switch cleaner. Just give that a wipe off. Right, what else could be an issue? Aerial socket. Very often this will crack with aerials pushing it on and off. Mike, for eggs. Colonel Sanders. He's after the chickens, Mike. Thank you, mate. So yeah, very often that can cause a problem. That one looks okay though. Yeah, that's alright. I mean, these capacitors, it's one of those things. I don't think there's going to be an issue with the caps on one of these. You know, they were pretty well made. I think what we'll do is we'll do a suck it and see, I think, and if there is still issues with the audio, then I might look at changing the caps in the audio section, but it's mainly the super cap. The bits I've done are the problem normally. It's got a bit of flux on the back of the super cap. And some of Yupiteru's flux there. Okay, let's sort the dodgy battery terminal out. Will it come out without breaking? Yes, it will. Right, so we need to get that in some vinegar because that is pretty mank. Derek, for the clucking back check from the chickens. Yeah, that's pretty pretty ropey, that is. It's bad on both sides, look, so that needs to go in a bit of vinegar. Let's grab the vinegar, because I do keep some vinegar up here now. Just for when I have my chips in my workroom, you know. Stay there. So good old malt vinegar. Just need something to put it in. Let's get another cup. And let her fizz away. I don't know if you can see that, but it's fizzing already. The light's in the way again, isn't it? So that's some melting away. Thank you very much, Derek. Ha! It's melting away in front of your eyes. Let's just move that away from the camera. There we go. Nasty. It's nasty. So yeah, just normal vinegar. You can see it bubbling there, look, underneath that thing. See that? Bubbles coming out. Just leave it in there for a bit. It'll clear pretty soon. Don't need that anymore. So pretty much good to go back together now, I think, once that battery connector's sorted. But I need to sort myself out something to drink. So let's go. Is my Guinness still cold? Yeah, got the Guinness. Guinness is still cold. Let's get the Guinness in. It's not as cold as it was, mind you. Oh, hello. Whee! Great. All over the bench. Yeah, normally when Guinness is nicely chilled it doesn't do that, so it's obviously got a bit warmer now. Let's pour it out over the power supplies. That's probably best bet, isn't it? Foul play. Chickens are probably out there laying, but it's a bit late for them to lay. Normally we go over and give them a treat around about 6ish. Well, I do. Just clean up my bench. I've got to get some more blue roll as well. I'm totally out of blue roll. I'm using up all these nice lint-free wipes. These are really good. Safeties. Lint-free paper wipes from CPC. Let's get that nice beer-smelling workbench now. I don't want a bit of beer-smelling workbench. I'm sure the customer don't want a beer-smelling radio though, but luckily it didn't go anywhere near the radio. Cheers, everybody. Engine oil works for me. Right, how's that coming on? All that green is pretty much gone now. See that? Still a bit of fizz in there, so I'm going to need to leave it for a little bit longer, but it won't take long. Still a little bit of bubbling. Let's get myself sorted here. Let's have a bit of a tidy up while we're fizzing away. Let's get rid of the headphones. I shouldn't need those anymore. Incidentally, it does sound a lot better on headphones than it does through that tinny little speaker. I wonder if that speaker is the same size as the one that was in that little Roberts set. But I'm a bit annoyed. I tried Roberts a couple times and then I rung them again the same day and they actually finished work at 4 o'clock. It's nice of them, isn't it? They pack up at 4. We don't need that. Oh, how are we doing? Take it the other ones. No, that one ain't great either. That one isn't great either. Let's get that one in there as well. Yeah, that one's not great either, so both of those are pretty bad. Get off, they love each other. Get off. Thank you. Yeah. Ones in the battery box look okay. I'm going to have to give those a bit of a... Let's pick up a bit of vinegar on this. Just going to go over the bits in here where it has leaked. So somebody's leaked some batteries in here at some stage. Just go over these as as well, but they look okay. And the ones in here. Let's get a little bit of vinegar down in behind. Jim! Mac Vision, how you doing, mate? Can I use that on your chips afterwards? I wouldn't recommend it. What tenacity you have. Checked out shortwave on your PL660 this afternoon here in Dundee. Conditions are poor. No Voice of America, Botswana on it. Anyone had better luck? I haven't really listened for a while, Jim. I'm just clearing up this battery box with a bit of vinegar to get rid of the acid that's been left behind by some dodgy batteries. Sounds like the doggies are going out for a walk. Maddie's going mad down there. I don't suspect you can hear that as well. That's the thing, without the lapel mic you can hear everything going on. So if Mrs. Cruncher starts swearing again, we'll have to turn it off pretty sharpish, won't we? She's a sod for that. She really is. Bad toad. There's no point in leaving this alkaline stuff in here because it'll just corrode the terminals again after you've spent the time cleaning them. That little screwdriver. It's just... How are you keeping, Jim, anyway? Those radios I've fixed still going strong? Right. So we just want a bit of isopropyl to clear out those clear out the vinegar. There's been some good propagation recently, hasn't there? It sort of comes and goes though. Right, what's I doing here? I was going to just wash these out with a bit of isopropyl, wasn't I? Just neutralise them a bit. There we are, that's that. All neutralised. Dry it out. Bit of air. Good to go. Right, how are we doing with our battery tags? Looking good. Let's turn them over for a nose. No green anymore. Green gone. So let's get them out. Bound to tip that everywhere. In fact, let me just go and get rid of that a minute. Does work, doesn't it? Cruncher's hosing the dogs down. It's quite warm for them today, so whether she's doing that prior to taking them out or whether she's doing it after they've been out, I don't know. Well, that's got rid of all that green stuff anyway, for definite. So let's just clean them off in a bit of isopropyl. Fresh piece. So we don't want the acid from the vinegar eating away at it, do we? What I didn't do is remember which one came out of where, did I? I think it's that one. Is that one in there? Oh. And the other one. No, maybe it's in this piece then. Let me get mine out a minute so as I can see. Got too much white stuff here on the bench, it's blowing everything out. That's better. Vernon! Oh, brilliant stuff. That's all working alright, Jim. What am I looking for now? Mine. Just have a look at the battery terminals, get them the right way around. I think we may have a problem with one because one has not quite gone back on there. I've got some rechargeables in mine and they're a bit of a pig. They're a little bit bigger than normal. They're a bit of a devil to get out. Let's have a look here then. So we've got that way, right? No, that way. that way round. Okay, so that one is... This is the worst battery setup that I think I've seen in a radio. They're really not good, because we've got a problem with one of the tags has come loose now. So I'm going to have to try and either solder that back on or fabricate something else to go back in place of it, which is great. Just when it was safe to go back in the water. Right, okay, let me get to grips with this. So that one's correct. That goes in like that. But it's got to go in from here. That. Give him a little buff up. That one's okay. Where's this other one gone then? Where are you? Where are you, little monster? Where's it gone to? It's disappeared off the bench. Oh, there it is. Yeah, so that one is an issue. That is an issue, because the little tag has actually come off. So that bit is separated from that bit. So we've got issues now. Let me just have a swig of the black stuff while I contemplate what to do here. Let's just have a look, see which way round it goes. So it's that way. No, that way. So that is the pip uppermost. Down like that. Okay, let me think. How are you going to do this, Graham? We need to repair this battery connector now. What a pain. Let me think. I can try and file that and solder it back on. It's got like a little plastic or like a rubber buffer on the back of it. Okay. But yeah, I think the corrosion's got to that, which is a pain in the backside. Right, let's have a think. How are you going to do this, Graham? You need a silicone mat. Where's my little silicone mat gone? There we are. It's all here somewhere. It's just finding it, isn't it? So it was all going so well. Right, file. Let's see if we can repair this. If not, I'm going to have to replace it with some different battery connectors, which I had to do on another one, on Johnny's. I can't physically see which one it was. There. So yeah, this is corroded, so don't leave your batteries in these things, or like Doug says, get some lithiums. Expensive, but better than ruining your nice radio. I'm going to try and solder this. I don't hold up much hope for it, but there is another way of fixing it. Actually, let's stick a different tip in that now for this. No, not that one. We want... come on. Right, let's get some of this stuff out of the way, because my radio's here, that one's there. Like that. Right, can we solder that back on is the question. I need to pop the iron up pretty high. It's got to 390. Flux. So it needs to solder on sort of about there. So just need to prop it up a fraction. Gonna end up burning my fingers here, I know it. That didn't do it. Let's see if I can tin the thing first, that might help. Okay. Yeah, right, okay. I'm going to have to do this with tweezers. So I've got both bits tinned. That's actually upside down now though. It needs to be that way up. So I need to tin this side, not the other side. I don't know why I'm carrying on with this at the moment, but it would be nice to get it done and off the bench really, wouldn't it? So that's the plan. If I can get lots of solder on it, it will hold, but if I can't, it won't. I've got another radio to look at yet as well. Rocco, look for a spring from a junk AA battery holder and solder it to that metal tab. Yeah. I'm just going to see if I can solder this tab back on first, Rocco, but I have got some new battery connectors. So I'm going to try this. If this doesn't hold, then we'll get the new ones out and have a play. Just trying to get myself lined up so I can get it in straight here. Wants to be about there. No, that's cockeyed, Graham. It's on there, but it's cockeyed. It's cockeyed. Let's get some flat tweezers. It's difficult because of the angles. If I can get the angles right, we've got a chance. Because it is sticking. Right, he's on, but how strong is it? Oh, yes. That is definitely on there. Just get that flat on the back. I think we're in. I think we're in. Right, where's me thingamajigger? Right, so that's got to go. Get this the right way around. I mean, that one's only just hanging in by the looks of it. I think that's got to go that way. I think it's like that. Let me just double check with mine. It's a horrible battery mounting system. Yeah, that's the right way. Okay. You definitely save the screws. You've got a small drawer full. Right, that goes like that. A little bit of rubber needs to go back on there. Right, let's get it put back together. I think we're good to go. That looks pretty strong. So I have got some spring connectors in here somewhere that I could use if there was a problem, and stick it in behind with it poking through. As Rocco said, that would be a good little fix. Let's make sure there's no flux on this bit. There's the corrosion holding it together, I think. Right. Let's, I can keep this out here for now. Mustn't forget to put that little rubber piece back in. Right, so first up was this board. Got our nice newly cleaned pins. Actually, it would be a good idea, while that's out of the way, just to give this top a clean off here. It's looking a bit grubby, and once the switches and everything are in there, you can't physically get at that. Let's just give that a quick wipe over. What we're going to do that with, foam cleaner might knock the lettering off, so we just want a little bit of soapy water. So let me just go and clean that a second. Let's put a bit of hand soap. Some warm water. I keep forgetting that I haven't got my microphone on, so you can't hear what I'm saying. So yeah, I was just giving that a bit of a clean off. It's not changed much, but it's a bit cleaner than it was. So let's pop that back in there. That, and I think there was 2 screws on there, weren't there? There's 2 here. That's one. I remember one's Phillips, really. Right, let's get our little retaining rings. How we doing anyway? No one's fallen asleep yet, have they? No one's fallen asleep yet, I hope. Tony! How you doing, mate? Marvellous patience. Yeah, I like to get stuff finished, you know. I hate stuff hanging around really, but inevitably some stuff does less, like that bloody AOR receiver that just, I cannot get that thing going properly. It's a headache, that is. Still hanging around, that is. I've had that a good year now. Done everything I can think of to it, but still not working, still deaf. Right, where's my little pliers gone? Right, that's that one. It's going to be interesting to see if this works once it's all back together, isn't it? So unfortunately, what did I say it was called? Gavin has lost all his memories now because I've had the backup battery out of it. The backup battery, the super cap out. I'll tell you what, my eyes are getting worse. That one nice and tight, and then the squelch one. Let's go with the die one again. This one's a bit awkward because I can't quite get in there because the nut is too big, if you know what I mean. The upstand is too big. Is that tight? Where's my eyes? Scanner. Lady shave. It's a Yupiteru scanner, Tony. Oh, that is tight. Okay. I don't think it was that tight, but it looks like it is. Let's give it just a little tweak. Make 100% sure. Got it. Okay. Right, that's in. That's that bit done. Next is this bit. Let's go down there. I ought to just resolder these connections here as well, just at the same time. Just make doubly sure. Belt and braces stuff and all that. What have we got in there? Oh, that'll be right. Just to make it doubly sure. I'll also resolder the pins the other side as well, which I should have done. different soldering iron tip. That was too big. And we've got a solder bridge. Just take that off. We do not want a solder bridge right there, thank you very much. Certainly testing me today, this one is, I'll tell you. What I want to do is just re-solder these wires. They've not got a lot of solder on them actually. We have now. So take that little blob of solder off of there. Will not come off. Where did you get your magnifying headset? CPC, I believe, Mike. It's an extremely useful bit of kit. That's better. Right, let's have a look at these pins underneath. Let's do these as well. Yeah, I think it's CPC. It's branded. You can get cheap ones, but this is Optivisor. Optivisor, Mike. Right, so just reflow those as well, just to make 100% sure. And just as a final belt and braces job, we'll just pop a little bit of flux and just reflow the actual speaker connectors on the speaker itself. Because we definitely add some sort of loose joint there somewhere. So all I'm doing is just fluxing it and just reflowing it. There we go. Done. Right. Come out there. So I think this has got to go in this board, hasn't it? And then it just presses back in. Let's zoom you out a little bit and get you up where the action is. Just keep that on my head because I'm going to need that again. Ow. Right, so we need our buttons, little bud-ins. And this is an improved than the last one I worked on because that had a horrible foam padding underneath it. Then we've got, where are we? That way round. get this speaker in safely out of the way first. Otherwise we'll have fingers through speakers. We know how that feels. Not good. And I think just trying to find the one with the Loctite on it. They're all the same screws really, those don't really matter, but and the little bracket. And what we'll do is we'll just put a little bit of Mrs. Cruncher's nail varnish on that as well, just to make 100% sure that that doesn't move. Jim's off. Catch you later, mate. So I'm just going to put a little bit of nail varnish on both of those just to stop them moving. I have got Loctite here, but it does take a while to go off, and this goes off a lot quicker. There we are. Of course, if you need to get them off again, you can always put a little drop of acetone on there. Right. Popping these back in. We're getting there. Yeah, you can get different magnification lenses for these, but I've just stuck with the ones that came with it, really. Tony! Thank you, mate. Let's make sure the buttons are all in there in the places that they should be. They're all moving, yes they are. Yes, they are. Okay. It's going to be flush to the board. Got to put our wires back on. It is marked on the board, actually. Just put a little bit of flux on. Let's get them soldered back on. Positive on the inside. Okay, that's those. Got to put those little switch things back on now. Should I have done that first, Graham? Should you have done that first? No, hang on. No, so it's the other way round. I'll tell you what, they've certainly designed the hell out of this. I mean, so it's the big bit facing up. And this is the one that's a pig to get in. No. I think it's big bit facing up on that one as well, isn't it? Ugh. Yeah, bloody thing. Yeah, it's got to come out to get that one in. I knew there was a problem with these. I did say, didn't I, that they're a pain. Let's loosen those. Right. Put it back together quick before they jump out again. Why do I mess about with this stuff, eh? Why? Right, all of our buttons should be in now. Yeah, they are. That one's a little bit... Come on. Okay. We've got this epoxy thing here that's got to go in as well. Little battery buffer thing's got to go in. It sits on the back there. And somehow I've got to put all that back together without it falling out. What am I going to stick that on with? I need to stick that on really. Let's have a bit of super glue. If I can find it, there it is. Yoo-hoo! Right, we need some slightly better tweezers. Better, huh? So it goes that way in there, like that. Right. This is the awkward bit, getting it all back together now. So as all the pins line up. And all the battery terminals line up. Turn it around this way so I can just keep an eye on that battery terminal. Get that up off your head. Right. Have I forgot anything before I go any further? No. I think we are back together. Scary, scary stuff. Let's get these screws back in. Quick before it pops out again. Yeah, these lenses in this magnifier are actual glass, they're not plastic. So they're not cheap, but then if you're using them every day, then you want good kit, don't you really? Right, let's get really confident and put the belt clip back on. Let's think positive. It's going to work. We've done it. There's no screws left, that's always a good sign. Let's have a look. Let's get these right, that's there. That one doesn't matter where it goes. That one there. Right. I don't know which is which now. Fire in the hole. Let's get an aero back over here. The moment of truth. Don't put batteries in it. Where's the battery remove tape? Yeah, it's horrible, but it's like a plastic thing on this one, and Anthony, that goes in it. Right. And we're probably going to have to reset this, so I'm going to turn it on to start with. And there's nothing. Let's just hit the reset. Okay. Well. It's working. It's a miracle. And yeah, we're going to have to check the battery connections in a minute, make sure that that works. Just flip that because I've got it the other way up. Let's come back out a bit. It sounds a lot better with the case on, doesn't it?
Of Cornwall and all the music you love. BBC Radio Cornwall. And within Greece. Greece is now, today as we speak, mobile.
Okay, working. Let's see if this battery situation works and where I've repaired it. Let's put his batteries in that he sent so we can go back with the batteries in it. Duracells. Let's see if my solder joint holds up. The moment of truth. I'm going to go straight in with that one first. Yes, of course it holds up. Besides that way. That connection there is not great. That one there is only just making. Look, can you see that? The problem is you don't really want to bend that because the same will happen. I mean, I might have to bend it actually because it's so... Let's just zoom you in on that. So yeah, it's not really springing at all. It is making contact, I think, but not great. I daren't mess with it. I'm not going to mess with it. If it's making contact and it works, I'm going to leave it. That's the same, that. Yeah, okay, so we've got problems with battery connections, really. Can you see that moving? Where am I? There we go. Yeah, can you see that? I'm able to pull that off, look, just with my thumb. What can you do to that, eh? I mean, it probably is holding there. Let's see if it turns on. As I say, the battery terminals in these things are rubbish, but that's about the only problem.
And at the beginning of his mandate, Emmanuel Macron delivered a
So if we knock it,
speech on the future of Europe, where he asked Germany
see that?
to do its best efforts to help him changing Europe. And of course, it took time before Angela Merkel.
So my battery terminal is fine. It's just these ones at the top here that are really not hardly making contact at all. I suspect they've lost their little tiny rubber thing because I'm sure they knew that there was issues with these, and there was a little tiny rubber packing piece in underneath these terminals when they were new, and it doesn't feel like they've got them anymore. What can we do to that? I really don't want to bend them. It needs something underneath them to pack them out, really. What a bit of silicone sheathing off of a wire. Let's try that, see if that helps. So I'm going to just cut off a little tiny piece of this, take the wire out from underneath, and see if I can get it in underneath the battery contacts, because these did have, like that one I super glued back in, they should have had those on every terminal, but they perish over time. It's rubbish in it, really, but you know how. And it is a bit of a quirky battery setup, so it's difficult to replace them with something modern. A little tiny piece of wire stuck in there still. Right, okay, well I've got one. There's one there ready to go. Let's see if I can squash it down and get it in there without breaking the terminal off. That's the key. Yeah, so I'm going to have to sort of prise it up, pop this piece in, and then take it back out again, I think. I don't think I can get it in else. Ah, okay. There's one. I mean, this one is really flat. It's really flat, this one. In fact, it's pushed in. Oh, it's dodgy, dodgy. Let's cut a little piece of this off as well then. I need about 5 hands for this, really. Let's just go back to the other camera a minute. It does cover the airband, but I don't think it's 8.33 steps multi. It does sound a lot louder, doesn't it? Floppy. Blob of solder. Yeah, hello Bob. It's not the pip, it's the sprung piece that's the issue. I'm trying to sort of prise it up and pop this piece of silicone in underneath it, and that will give it a bit more what's the word I'm looking for? A bit more springiness. There we go. That'll do it. That'll do it. I think. Let's try it. Let's try it. Yeah, that's definitely better. And this one? Yes. Let's try that. Sorted. Sorted. Things you got to do, innit, eh? Right.
You mean that we must feel like orphans a little bit?
Maybe.
At the beginning, I didn't trust Angela Merkel very much, and she has really grown into her role. And I think you must give the candidate a
So where's Airband? It's going to be around about...
What to do here? I think being the strongest...
So we need AM. And is it scan or search on this? No, it's search, I think. Okay. See if I can find any airband. The step size is too high, it's 50 kilohertz. Let's alter the step. Yeah, it's got 6.2, so its step size is, I don't know if you can see that or not, it's probably easier if I stick it under the overhead camera really. Let's get it underneath the overhead one. So step size. So it's 100 kilohertz, 50, 25, 20, 12.5, 10, 9, 6.25, 5 and 1. So we'll put it on 5. Let's just do a search. We'll go back the other way. I've got the squelch up fairly high, so we'll need a decent plane going overhead to activate the scan. Interference from something. Thanks, Mike. Let's actually change that to 10 kilohertz step size. We'll be here all day. I was trying to find an aircraft. So say it hasn't got the current airband steps in it, but to be fair, I've never really found that an issue. It will still find airband if there's planes up there, but it doesn't look like it today. We're getting out of airband now, really. Let's go back the other way. All you do is you click the knob on top here, and that sends it back the other way. It's quite a nice little scanner, as I say, well worth picking up. I'd say just make sure you haven't got one with corroded battery terminals. If you've got one with corroded battery terminals, then run away quick. There's normally stuff here. There you go. should have something. There's something there, like on 126. 260. Let's alter the step size and see if we can tune that in a bit better. Is that just underneath a squelch? Any idea what 126 260 is? What let me have a look. I've got an airband list over there. I do enjoy listening to airband, to be fair. There's a lot of like, you know, is it or isn't it legal, but end of the day it's quite a popular thing, airband listening. Right, let me just get my list here. So Cardiff 126625. 126. No, it's not that, is it? Because I should be able to get Cardiff from here. 126. No, it's not Cardiff Chivener. No. They don't talk for long enough for you to tune them in, do they? I'm trying to see if I can tune it in a bit finer, but they won't talk long enough. Bristol, it's not. It could be Exeter. It's more likely Exeter. No, it's not Exeter. Cornwall. What have we got down Cornwall? Codrose, is that down Cornwall? Yeah, it could be Newquay. But what is Newquay? It's St Morgan, I think, isn't it? Is it likely to be London Air Traffic Control? I don't think so. Anybody got any ideas? Maybe the 12.5 step would be more suitable. Yeah, it is. It's pretty sparse at the moment, isn't it? I mean, I've got a list here of English UK ATC frequencies, which I've downloaded from the internet. 265 sounds better. I'm just trying to find the Cornwall Airport. Filton, Dublin, Exeter. There's a lot of frequencies down at Exeter though. There's only listing 3 here, but there's a damn sight more than that. No, it's not listed on my thing here. I've got 126700 Middle Wallop. Oh dear. Middle Wallop. Can't beat a bit of Middle Wallop, you know. Plymouth. Tower 122600. It's not that. Plymouth? Didn't know there was an airport down Plymouth. Well, I suppose there isn't there. Scilly Isles. What's that then? Just lost a bit of that. Scilly Isles I'll certainly be able to hear from here. Swansea I'll be able to hear from here. Could be Brest. Oh, it could be. 666, the number of the beast. But it's definitely English speaking, isn't it? Yeah, no, I haven't got it on my list there. Oh well. So that's someone suggested 12.5, so we'll try that. Let's do another search. There's something there on it. That's a strong station. You can never hear quite what they say, can you? They're so fast. How the hell air traffic controllers can understand what the planes say and vice versa? Shut up, Graham, and listen. Is that Exeter now? What are we on there? 128975 or thereabouts. No. See, according to this, X is on 128150, but certainly we've got a decent station on there. Let's try. I wonder what power they use. Let's try see if we can get Exeter 128150. According to that, that's Exeter approach and radar. Mind you, it depends whether there's anything coming into Exeter at the moment, doesn't it, really? That's the thing. If there's no planes up in the air, you ain't going to hear them, are you? Yeah. London Control could be. Doug's saying he understands, don't understand how they know each other. Oh, hello, that was a strong one.
London, good afternoon, Ryanair 559 Delta, flight level 400, Falcon.
Well, that's Ryanair talking to London.
Direct Sparrow, Ryanair 559 Delta.
You can't get hold of them. We've got a Volmet, Rocco. I can't remember the frequency of it now. We got the Volmet. Anybody got the Volmet frequency off the top of their head? Well, Volmet gives weather information, doesn't it? Let's find the Volmet channel, unless anybody knows it. I'll search for it and someone will... it's on SSB, isn't it? Okay, they have a call sign London Volmet, transmitted on 128.6 from David Stonemore in Cornwall. 128.6. nothing there. HF, it's on though, isn't it? RAF Volmet 5450. 5.450. I'm not getting that here. That is SSB though, isn't it? I believe. USB. So let's go to USB. It's there. So yeah, that is weather information Volmet. Is this one connected up? I can't remember now. Don't know if I've got an aerial on this one. Don't think I've got an aerial in this radio. Let me just have a quick look. Probably pull it out on SSB on the long wire. I don't think I'm connected up here at the moment. Am I connected up? Yes, I am. Okay. Antenna 2. We're in. Let's go through. Just.
New information available. Final. New information available. New information available. Cap International at 1550 degrees 5 knots. Cab OK. Temperature through to dew point 27. QMH 1000. No seat.
Yeah, so it is there.
1550 190 degrees 6 knots. Visibility 6 kilometers. Cloud.
So that's UK Volmet. Where am I here?
1,800 feet. Temperature 26. Dew point 25. QMH 1005. No seat. New information available. Military 1 times Lot 5 information broadcast. Katango Bravo Hotel at 1556 wind 050 degrees 8 knots. Visibility 10 kilometers or more. Cloud, no significant cloud. Temperature 37. Dew point 27. Altimeter 2957. Baghdad International at 1600 wind 350 degrees 4
There you go.
Cab OK. Temperature 36. Dew point 11. QMH 1004. No seat.
If I 5.450 upper sideband. Volmet. It is there on the scanner, but it's not picking it up very well because this is a disc cone. It's not really meant for lower frequencies. It's normally from 25 megs up, the disc cone. So it ain't going to pick it up very well on that. It's more likely to pick it up on the built-in aerial. But there we are. That's fixed. Hopefully that'll sort it out. And it's got a new backup battery. We've cleaned all the connections, reflowed a load of joints in it, and sorted out the battery connectors. Descuzzed them. How are we doing for time? Oh, right, okay. It doesn't look like we've got much time to look at anything else now. I did say to Mrs. Cruncher I'll be done by 6, so let me just show you finally the other radio that's come in. That's nothing new to you, this one, because I get these in almost weekly. This is coming from a customer I've done one before for. It's another Roberts R707. And I have had a quick try of this one, and it is absolutely dead as a dodo. Let's just quickly demo it. Got a little letter in there. Let's pop a couple batteries in. Boing, says Zebedee. And I'm sure you can guess what's wrong with it. The dreaded Mallard module. Pop the back up, turn it on, just a little pop, and nothing else on any band. Well, the buttons are a little bit dicky. Unfortunately, these old ones aren't great, and they do wear. The shortwave one's not latching very well. Not much you can do about that. I'll check the latching mechanism, but there, it's sort of down, but probably tapping it, pop back up. It's working now, look. Yeah, so that one is in need of a module repair, and he also thinks there's an issue with the amplifier, so that's that one. Right, okay, quick recap on the Hunter then. This is what we're giving away for those that have only just joined us recently. We are giving away this Hacker Hunter, which is working very nicely, thank you. And what you need to do to win this, in the comments section of this video, once it's uploaded, you might be able to put the comments in now, but I don't expect you will be until it uploads. You need to put the keyword Arthur in order to be in with a chance of winning this radio. You must be a subscriber, and please give the video the thumbs up. So thumbs up, subscribe, and you're in with a chance of winning this. And we're going to do the draw next Sunday, so you haven't got long. So I will put some notes in the description just so as everybody knows how to enter, and you must get in and get it done this week. And we've got some more people joined. We've got Ganesh. Hi, Ganesh. Dom's been to David Stone. Nothing there at all. Derek's got a Volmet. Mike, how you doing, Mike? Mike Hammond. S9 Plus here. Yeah, it was here, Mike. It's it booms in, doesn't it? Oh, you've got one of those Yupiteros as well. And this is the same as yours, Mike. Yes. Yes. So it's a valuable radio, people. These aren't cheap. Restored. You can pick them up. If you're lucky, you might be able to get one for 40 odd quid. If you're lucky. But usually it's a bit battered. Anything decent, you're looking 3 figures plus. And one that's been restored, well, you know, depends how nice it is, really, isn't it? And what's been done to it. This one is very nice. As I say, it's got the iridescent recovering on it, which is sort of blue come purple, depends what way you hold it in the light. It's the later one with the power supply in the side. So there you go. Very generously donated by the man there himself, Mr. Racing Demon. Thanks again, Mike. He's just off steak pie for Mrs. Demon. So there you go. It is nice Harb, isn't it? So you've been with a chance, mate, of winning that. And, I think we will post it worldwide, won't we, Mike? Mike certainly donated enough there to cover the postage to most places. But beware, if you're abroad, you may well get stung with customs on this, because it's going to have to be insured for its value in case it gets damaged or lost. So I'll insure it, I would think, for 180. I would suggest as an insurance figure, £180. So just bear that in mind if you're entering. You might get import duty on it, so bear that in mind, people. But there we are. That's me done for today. I can smell my tea cooking. So I hope you've enjoyed that today. We've fixed the Yupitero. And we've listened to a bit of Airband as well, so all good. Hello. Somebody's arrived. Who on earth is that? Someone's arrived at the back door. Anyway, that's it for now, people. Hope you've enjoyed that. Give it a thumbs up if you have. And say, you must be subscribed in order to win that radio, and I'll put notes in the comments. But yeah, the keyword Arthur in the comments, and I'll catch you all next week, next weekend even. Bye for now.